Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, trying to push for 50,000 citizens. Not sure we're going to do that today, but we are going to try. Segadora, Colata and Resasabes all could have more citizens live there. And I think we should work on that. More workers in the chemical and coal plant. More workers next to Colata for an unspecified industry. We basically expanded the industrial area behind it a bit, and that would require a little bit more reliable workforce if possible. The buses need to be expanded, and we also need more workers for the buses. So we're going to try and build that up. By adding a bunch of housing. At 100 people a pop, we need 150 houses. We wanted to fill it with just those apartment blocks. So that seems a little bit of a tough ask, but we'll see. Ran out of meat again. Those things happen. Well, we do have an alternative grocer where they can go shopping for food and meat if one of the buildings runs out temporarily. Here are the traffic jam warnings that shouldn't happen. Apparently, when the oil consumption is running, they're continuously unloading. Or, no, it's just taking so long to unload since there's no electricity here. So we should build the substation in this area to make sure that the unloading is nice and quick. Even if no one is inside the power plant at the time. We could, in theory, just use this. And I think that's what's going to happen. Just a little bit of electricity to make sure this has enough power. And that should be good enough. Could be an above ground wire as well. 1.2 megawatts is plenty. We'll build that up, provide electricity, so if the power plant is not running, they can still unload oil really quickly. If the oil ever runs out, I should be informed. That should never happen. Not with that much oil that we're making. Worker-wise, it's probably a good idea to put down another technical office, just to make sure the road is cleared well. Could use a free one, but I think we can just build one in this area. Okay, looks like the buses are getting stuck, which is not intended. We'll let them build. Inside Resasabes, we've been building up our rail construction office to bring a rail line to our resource unloading station. in a roundabout way. And they've been building the tunnel ever since, in a pretty good fashion. Just will take some time. It's one tunnel. After that they can build the rail line into the resource storage, and then we're set up. We also have some bricks up here now, which is nice. But presumably we still have to run our exports every now and then, because we're not using as many bricks currently as I thought we would. We will set up the export route to run continuously again once we have the rail line completed. Electricity, water, sewage and heating are now all present in this area, so it can also continue to grow. We have a small shopping center and another kindergarten. Unemployment due to small children is slowly dropping. Hopefully they can balance themselves out with the additional facility. Another kindergarten will probably have to be placed on the other side of the town. I think we need a waste storage here. So we'll have to set one up. I do like the larger waste storages. They both can have a connection to the inside road, and then later on we can connect the footpaths to it, but we need to make sure that the roads will actually be able to take the footpaths. So we have to put the snapping points in place correctly already on both sides. That should do it. We'll start building up the housing in the area and make sure that people have a good time. They can only exit on the inside. They should still be able to reach all facilities. Our prison is set up. We still need to bring food and clothing here. I thought I set that up. Apparently I didn't. Or it's at the end of the route and it doesn't receive enough goods. No. I set it up with the wrong command. There you go. Don't load, but unload. Prisoners don't care. They're not escaping yet. But we should make sure that things are safe. That is waste trains. They should be fine, even if we have 2 waiting right now. Yeah, there's 2 waste trains waiting to unload, so it's slowly starting to become an issue. Too much waste. I might have to set up another incinerator. Or reduce our production. Maybe stop exporting and reduce the waste production in the same step. Prefab panel factory also makes waste. Lots and lots of construction waste that we are not recycling out. We will therefore put down a proper storage for waste and start recycling accordingly. The asphalt plant should also get one. Space is at a premium. But I guess there's not that much construction waste in it. And all of the content can just be incinerated. So we'll be fine. I thought with the gravel, partially it would be construction waste, but apparently that's not true. Alright, now we have our goods for our prisoners. and seems to be running quite well. What we don't have in this area yet is a monument. The larger monuments do cover this area partially, and the Red Star monument covers it completely, because the range is so large. But we'll provide and establish some additional monuments, just in case, especially for the prison, because I don't know, but I think maybe the prisoners also benefit from a monument. I have no idea. Hammer and sickle is probably a good choice for that. And it can also help the water purification plant from not looking as drab. We'll have to upgrade the road once we decide what things are going to be like in this area. Leave the entrances, the pipe connections open in case we need more water for the area. And not defined yet. We'll provide electricity, water and sewage next to the heating, and then we should have a base level of supplies for the area. Hello Trisextan, welcome. Sewage first, possible. And also the wire for the road. We have to set that up again, hopefully we can. Good weekend to you too. Looks like we can. Power connection from that side across the road. This should probably all be raised up so it can be part of our residential zoning. And it looks like we'll have to bring in additional bulldozers since we ran out. Let's grab 4 of them. We have a lot of them inside Resuscipes, but I'm not gonna move them over here. Since we still have a lot to flatten in this area too. And I might move them back into this depot instead. Oh no, they are already in this depot. So they can be used to flatten things in this area. We'll have to provide more university buildings, since we're using the relatively low capacity one. There need to be multiple of these, but I don't think that's going to be an issue either. Maybe not inside the residential blocks, or residential housing areas directly, but nearby. And here come the autosaves. Nice and lovely autosaves. Well, if they do fit in this area, then I guess we could have them in here. But we'll see. We'll see what the demand turns out to be. Should get a secret police set up soon. That one is kind of necessary. I think a small one is going to be enough. And if we need more, we'll set up more buildings. Could basically take the place of one residential building plus some extra. Something extra. Or it could be part in this area. So this one would be the higher class. Doesn't really make sense. We'll have it outside of a residential area. I also need to think about the idea that I wanted to have a diagonal residential area. Probably along the road. I have to find a way to get that to look nice, if possible. This is pretty much already defined as a footpath around the area again, like we've been doing with our other housing areas. It will allow us to hook up the buildings that can't hook up to the outside road. I don't think we need a tunnel, but maybe we can set one up. Thinking of setting up a tunnel exit next to the bus stop. But since we put asphalt down everywhere, we can't see the grid. I guess we only need tunnels when they make sense. And since they can walk along the roads, it should be fine. Police are starting to get some tasks. Let's make sure we work all of them. We do have one research point available, and I'm thinking of setting up a container loading station with a mechanical components factory. It would allow us to use some of our workforce in an advanced industry. 150 people, it's quite a lot. And we could put that on containers and load it onto the container ship. Using 22 tons of steel a day. Ideally it would be right next to the steel mill, but it doesn't have to be. We could transport that with a few trucks. And the pollution being generated is also minimal. since Resuscibus doesn't have any pollution happening next to it. Could be a consideration putting down a production facility in its area. Alternatively, we have to fit it somewhere in the location of the harbor. But that seems like it's not going to be an easy place to put that factory. At least not in the lower level. So we would have to maybe place it over here on that side. And then the containers have to be brought down. And we might be able to use the existing bus stop to bring workers to the area. Let's relocate all of them. If there's room. There is. And those vehicles can go to the scrapyard in Kolata. I think we'll have to start adding additional vehicles to our, I assume, meat route. I think the meat route's running empty first. There's a lot of people going shopping here already. Another shopping center is probably necessary. So yeah, I guess we'll spend our research on a mechanical component factory. Downside of that one is that I might want to not use it for export exclusively, but also start supplying our other towns. So we would have to set up a way for the mechanical components to make their way onto the rail network. And trains that pick up supplies, like food and alcohol in Volunceava, will have to go to Resuscibus to pick up mechanical components. Or we deliver them from Resuscibus to a warehouse in the Hellas area and say that this is a more central area to be picking up resources from. So another warehouse in this location with a rail connection could serve as a hub. Or maybe next to Segadoara. There's probably an easier way to fit it close to the chemical plant. But yeah, we'll start the research of the mechanical component factory. I don't see anything else. I mean, we could go and say we're researching the oil refinery. But I feel like that is not in our interest. Oil is so cheap. We're just gonna go for engineering. And that will unlock the mechanical component factory. And take off the one spare research point that we have. A new one is coming soon though. I think. Mechanical component pickup and factory could be in the steel mill area location. We still have to flatten and figure out the steel mill setup anyway, to provide enough workplaces for our citizens. It would be a good idea. We have some unemployment due to low education. That does not look great. Where is that happening? Kolata. Where is the school? Provide more workplaces, but that was only one person. One uneducated worker, no problem. Some are popping up inside Hellas. We do have a large-scale school on the network. that is fully employing people, and it should be possible for people to take the metro to make their way here. So I don't think that's the problem area either. Number is at 17 now. Tabovina is fine. Some issues in Valenciava. Yes, Valenciava is the reason. Need more teachers and staff. We did grow Valenciava, but didn't take care of the education system. So that should resolve the issue here. And I think there's no other location with problems. I believe. Power transformer in Calibrius was on fire. That's also why they had heating issues. But the fire was extinguished by our brave firefighters quite quickly. And expedient work solved the problem with no negative impact on our society. So I have heard. The tunnel should not be on high priority anymore. Please finish the last... I guess no, it doesn't matter. We do have 2 trains. Both of them should be built. We're missing bricks though. Let's see, construction office dump trucks. Your loading facility for aggregates is over here, please. So we don't cause a traffic jam for the returning buses. This is very slow to load. Thank you for the load, Steffen. Mechanical components factory. This area will have another turn off of this, I think, for another tunnel. Probably just trying to use the existing connection. And we could reach another elevated area. But over here would probably be the mechanical components factory, with a bus platform for unloading workers, and some basic facilities like electricity, water, sewage. Maybe a police station. If we get a police station, we would also need heating though, so that one might make more sense inside the harbor area. I think we need to set up a police here. Well, where are we picking up bricks from? Harbor storage and construction materials, so it should be possible for you to haul bricks. Albeit in very, very low quantities. So that slows down the tunnel construction quite a bit. We'll add more vehicles to that route. One vehicle explicitly intended on bringing bricks to the area. From here. Waiting until loaded for bricks. Dropping them off at the rail construction office. Not waiting until unloaded though, because we only have one parking lot left. And we don't want to keep occupying that. We already have gravel and fuel waiting until unloaded. We have to be careful that we do provide enough opportunities for people to go shopping, otherwise things are gonna run into issues. Right now it still looks okay, but as we plop down more housing, things could quickly turn over and cause issues. I think a larger shopping center, even larger than the small shopping center, like the OKN supermarket, might be a good idea. This monstrosity I'll probably omit, and we'll stick to that flat building. Not sure about the footpath. Maybe not the best area with the footpath coming out there. Or we just build it with the footpath in mind and hook it up like that. So an end space for the footpath itself. That might work. I think this area will be a park area, so there won't be any housing, which means that we can place a road here without having to worry of cutting off the placement of further residential zones in the area. And that should also allow us to get the supermarket hooked up. No escapes in our prison, 50% occupied, should have enough room in all of our prisons for about 300 prisoners. Seems to be a good number. The ship probably should stay here and not load bricks, so there's enough room for brick deliveries. We'll remove the dock and tell it to load anything but bricks. Please prioritize this. I guess don't prioritize anything. Once we get our first delivery of bricks exclusively in place, both construction tasks should probably work at the same time. There will have to be a waste storage here, facing the supermarket, I think, but that's okay. And we'll try and develop this into a small park for the town. Some outdoor sports facilities, maybe an outdoor pool surrounded by some trees. It's not going to be that large of a park, but it will be an outdoor greenery area in a sea of concrete and asphalt. There we go. If we have enough bricks for that construction, 22 days, we might get the tunnel boring machine out soon. But maybe this one stole all the bricks. Oh no, we still have enough bricks in. Maybe they started driving before they could load all the unload all the bricks. Guess we'll find out. And then, yeah, tunnel boring and tunnel construction itself will take a little bit. %, higher education. Seems okay. Still have to place the secret police for this area. I don't want to use the park area for that, but... I mean, we could have it next to the Gallery of the Art. Sorry, English only here, please. I can't read Cyrillic. I do like the game fine. I've been playing it for almost 2,000 hours. But please, only English, I can't go translate everything. It's planned economy, it's not CCSP. It does have some political things though. That is our truck, it's still not getting replaced, so I guess we'll just drop it off in the scrapyard manually. One building working in the scrapyard exclusively, please. Vehicles are starting to pile up. Maybe the large tanker truck is a little bit oversized for the small fire station. But we do have it. I guess we'll build them individually. That is fine too. Fourth layer of containers. Fifth layer of containers has started. Very nice. That ought to be a little bit of money on that ship. Hopefully we don't get to divide our currency again so soon. Happy Saturday, how has your day been so far? It's going okay. Feeling a little bit tired, but pretty good. I think today is probably gonna be the last session of this run with the challenge in mind. Because I realized last stream when I said I'm gonna go push for population, I noticed that it's just a matter of time right now and forcing people into workplaces to make sure we can grow our population. So I think the challenge is going to be counted as successful after today's stream, even if we don't get to 50,000. And then we can continue running the game as a normal game and just build without the challenge in mind. But I do want to start another game with a challenge goal. The Megacity one kinda intrigues me, because that one might be a short-term one if it fails. If it doesn't fail, it would get nightmarish though. Hello IBD, welcome. Might have to add more trucks soon to supply resources to our citizens. Still want to get the diagonal set up here. I have to bring the bulldozers back. Mechanical components factory, delivery of steel from the construction materials storage until we have our own steel production. Alternatively is mechanical components out of scrap steel. So we would take steel from the recycling plant and move it into a component factory. I think I like that idea. Let's see, bus stop. What was the plan with the megacity? The plan with the megacity is basically a flat-ish map, mostly flat, randomly generated, I think. Low tech, and then start from the border and just start building a city from a customs house, directly with houses and heating and everything together. No space between anything, no farming, no logging. Just a city slowly sprawling out into the map with industries and heating plants directly in the city. So we have to worry about pollution, etc. But everything should be just one continuous city sprawling out across the map. And the question is if that is sustainable, if you can make it work somehow. Having one large city going across the map. It doesn't have to be high density. So we are not supposed to use the highest density housing right away. We do have to build technical universities, etc. But we have to build industries, we have to build heating, we have to build polluting buildings right in the middle of the city. And that will generate maybe additional crime, it will generate pockets of where population can't really grow and gets drained. That is the idea of the challenge. And I have no idea how long that could last. And I don't even have an idea for an end goal. I think maybe the end goal would be if we could get a fourth of the map covered in a city. That could be interesting. That would be a lot of people though. I don't know. That might be overdoing it. We haven't even covered a fourth of the map here. Maybe 4 squares full of city. I don't think I would define an end goal. It would be see how long we can last in the challenge. Not sure that is beatable. reach the middle of the map, maybe yes. Well, then I could make a 2-wide corridor of houses towards the middle, but I'm trying to make it square blocks. So if we say middle of the map, then I would have to fill a fourth of the map. But we'll see. What about minimal terraforming challenge? Minimal terraforming... I've been trying to do minimal terraforming before this. This was the first run where I started using a lot of flattening, and I've started to like it quite a lot, because it makes city planning so easy. I have used minimal terraforming in all of my runs before that and just built right on the terrain, however it's looking. And goal could be to stop when your computer starts to smoke. Yeah, that was probably the idea. Whenever the lag gets too bad or the autosave takes a long time, I would just call it. If we don't fail before, due to other reasons. The idea is probably that at some point it will just fall over and fail. But I don't know. Maybe it's actually viable. Maybe you can sustain a city with pollution generators right next to residential buildings. As long as you make sure you have population centers that do grow population quite quickly and are unaffected by unhappiness. I have no idea. Maybe this could be here next to the power plant. One input for steel, one output for mechanical components. And then I guess we could have an additional warehouse connected here somewhere. This thing can be demolished. Have a warehouse connected here where people can pick up mechanical components. Might have to relocate the sewage unloading. And then we can fit the warehouse right here for the mechanical components. Yeah, sure. We'll put the warehouse here for the mechanical components transported by truck off of the industry. And the industry will be an extra industry next to our power plant. 2 simple storages for steel input and mechanical component output. And nothing else should be necessary. There'll have to be a warehouse on one side and an open house and an open storage on the other. And people will have to walk to it, of course. You don't fail, there is no fail. I believe that the Mega City Challenge is very likely to fail, but I don't know. The concept just intrigues me. Because when I started Orcas and Resources, there was a point where I just tried to build one very large city with everything. We also have to worry about the water and the sewage and everything. Because a mega city would have a sewage discharge, and do we put that in an area where there's already industries and generate more pollution, or do we actually use water purification? We do have to put the sewage somewhere, and it has to be within the city itself. So water purification would become a necessity, I think. And then you would have to find a way to get the sewage to go to that sewage treatment plant. Until you set up, or you set up a different one every now and then. We will probably have to start next to a river, or maybe a lake. Oh, we haven't had that bug in a while. Logging trucks getting stuck because of repairs. That hasn't happened in a very, very long time. Well, at least they should be able to get repairs now. We do have a fire truck locally, so we shouldn't have to worry about any issues as long as we have firefighters in the area. I have failed challenges that I've set myself, so not unheard of. Mostly due to other areas. The first low-tech challenge I did, I failed, but that was with a pretty high setting for low-tech. 1 research per settlement, and that was it. That was really, really tough. So the components would get loaded into a container loading facility, and the steel delivery would go into a small open storage setup. Just open a chain of stores to sell poop shakes to your citizens, waste problem solved. I think at some point they would get wise to that though. There could be a situation where they actually realize what they're drinking is not that good for them. But it could help us kickstart the city, that is true. Really no way to get a footpath through there. Get those footpaths set up. Export sewage. That could also be an option, but at some point it's going to be so much that... And you have to drive it through a continuous city. I don't even know if I want to give myself the luxury of having any highways either. Like, I guess a mega city would have 4-lane roads, but... I don't know. A few things I'm unsure about. How much room I can give myself for fast lane roads, etc. Few things that are not quite clear. Well, that's the beauty of silly challenges. If something isn't clear, I can maybe find a way to figure it out and make something up. As long as it doesn't make the game easy, it should be good. Sewage export would also be limited on that it can only be done by truck without mods. So there wouldn't really be a way of loading a train full of sewage and exporting it and importing water by the train load. Which I find unfortunate, but it is the way the game is set up right now. There might have been issues, or it might have been too easy, or something. Importing water by the train load might have opened up a way to make a lot of money or something. Importing sewage by the train load basically and dumping it into a lake could have opened up another way to make a lot of money, I would imagine. Because I was thinking about it. That sounded really nice. when they had train cars for water and sewage, but then that got removed. We'll have workers that have to walk to the container loading facility by road. Should be doable. We'll have steel being delivered here from the recycling plant. We will need more buses to carry workers up here, and therefore we will need more housing. Metal scrap is slowly starting to pile up. So I think the recycling into mechanical components is probably a good idea. I will demolish this sewage right now and hook up a new sewage pipe. If we run into a little bit of sewage issues with the industry area, that's fine. They can go home and not have sewage issues. But we will have to switch over the new sewage unloading fairly soon. That is a pipe, that is fine. And then we have to set up our trains to come here and try and load mechanical components here first, before they import what we don't have. Or we could distribute it somewhere and have it stored there. I don't know. Probably just see how much we are producing. I think as soon as we're starting to produce mechanical components, the steel is going to melt away really quickly. I do wonder if we're starting to run into issues where the local storages for mechanical components are insufficient. You're trying to go to the end station. You are not supposed to use that shortcut. How many times do I have to tell you that? Go through the waypoint and do your thing. Stop trying to shortcut. Looks like they're still trying to shortcut. They wouldn't do that if we had a waypoint at the end. We'll get rid of that waypoint and put one after the coal mine area, so they do have to run. I guess if I put it here, then they might try to skip that to go to the waypoint directly and then complain that they can't reach it. I don't know how I can force this. Didn't I also take down the ability for trains to turn around here anyway? I did. And they're still trying to just turn around in place. If they unload all the workers. If they can unload them all locally. They just try to turn around in place. 10 workers left. Okay, then we will reduce the first unload to 10%, and you go to the coal mine first. Just a base unload of workers here, hopefully enough to keep the fire station up and running. Then most of them at the mine, and then maybe not all of them at the mine, but probably. Need more workers here in general. This is not great. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna have the population and amount to overfill the iron mine without setting up this. So I guess this will have a purpose. Just making sure we don't run into any traffic issues. Power line. Get distracted. Didn't place that. Oh yeah. No, I didn't get distracted. I bought bulldozers so I could flatten this first. We might also have to leave enough room here for a footpath to go directly into the train station. But the area to the power line and the rail line is all okay to flatten. So this one would basically be the people that live here and try to find work on the rail line. If they can't find employment locally, they can try and go find work on the rail network. Hello, Sharyashu. Welcome. Did I build a house without electricity? No. Did I build too many electric connections to a power line? Yes. I have 2 connections left. The water pumps itself are taking a lot of electricity. We will place one next to the water purification plant. And hopefully that will alleviate some of the capacity concerns. But most likely not, since the issues were inside the town. We will have to set up another transformer sooner rather than later, because we're running out of connections. High voltage comes from down here, and over there we also only have 1 connection left. And we are probably getting close to the capacity limit of 4 megawatts, so I also have to plan out the road connection to this area and get the proper power line built. We'll get the tunnel built. We'll hook up our proper wiring. Make sure that the building can get maintained. And then we'll have proper electricity in the area. We have used 3/4 of what electricity we do have available, so probably best to hook up our proper power line right now. And if that finishes construction, let me know, because then we can take down the other power line that we hooked up as a provisional one. That won't be necessary. 2.5 megawatts, over half capacity. Could be dangerous. Demolition over here is done. I'll hook up the sewage pipe again. And then this will handle sewage unloading. And this area will get a warehouse for mechanical components to be picked up from by our trains before they go to the customs house. You're going to the customs house still. Not true anymore. Go back here. That should deal with the water imports. Do we have... No, we don't have chemicals yet. I did buy a truck for it. A truck has been used. White and green, please. Go here. Chemicals for the water purification plant, please. Then we will have water available locally, and then we can think about the water piping, since the sewage piping is in place. Maybe we'll have to bring the chemicals here soon and start making some water. Water, sewage, mixed and hazardous waste. No other waste really happening in this area. And then some waste trucks. And snowplows. Steel deliveries can also happen. One truck should be enough. Still have to change our... Are we still using that warehouse even? I think that thing is completely gone. I don't even remember what that warehouse was for. I have no idea what that one was for. Cool. Marquee. Going directly to the steel recycling. We will turn this around so it doesn't suck the steel out of the construction material storage. And then deliver it here. Make sure we don't steal away from... Yeah, we already set it up. If the vehicle goes here, it loads steel from the recycling facility. It does never take from the construction materials. And we do have some metal scrap that we can use up. The steel from this area should also be used. Not for export anymore, so not to the customs house, but we are going to use it inside. I think we can unload it here, right? I don't know. We'll see. It should be able to unload in the building and then the construction materials. If it isn't, then the new truck that we just bought will go to the recycling, then load steel from here and then go. I would like to collect all of the steel in one area. I guess no, never mind. This can just also bring the steel over here. That's fine. Wait until unloaded. Probably too many trucks now. Could combine that into one, but it's fine. That will use up all of the 2 storages, but there's only an input storage here. We're not going to take steel away from this. Not that happy with the end station being occupied that much. 360 would be 6 buses, but yeah, it's being annoying. Oh right, the resource truck also wants to go through here. Because it needs to refuel before it goes and heads out for the long trip to the cement storage. So I guess maybe we'll cut this down to fewer buses. Or we would have to relocate the bus end station so the traffic jam doesn't go onto the main road, since this is slowly turning into a little bit more traffic than anticipated. We are going to load everything into containers, but we also need to have mechanical components be taken out for the warehouse itself. I think... Do I want this to be in containers? I want it to be available for picking up locally. And I think if we do that, we are probably using up all of the mechanical components, so I don't think any would be available for export. I think the idea with the containers is probably something that we can do when we set up the steel mill. So this one, we will have to get rid of the container loading facility. That one won't happen. And we'll replace it by a warehouse where we pick up the components and deliver it to the train station. Yep, container deliveries of chemicals are still fine. No traffic jam to be seen here. We will increase the construction speed of the tunnel next to Resuscibus by allowing as many workers as they want to throw at it. I don't really have an opinion on restricting the amount. I can just drop everyone in there. Get the construction done nice and quick. Tunnel construction over here is done on one side, so the rail construction is continuing towards our resource storage, and as soon as that one is done, even if it is only one side, we will be able to run our train delivering construction materials and can resume regular exports of bricks and other materials from the harbor. I think we can already do that. Well, we're almost there. Finally. That took a while. And then we have to switch out our train routes, picking up prefab panels from here. So the last resource that we are importing is steel, and the steel mill was also supposed to come up in this area. For the time being, necessibus construction materials can be delivered here. And from the customs house we can pick up, I should also rename those as train. Although construction materials is pretty much only by train. I think none of the routes has the word train in it for construction materials. We have Hellas. Oh, they're not alphabetical. Kolata. Korazna. No, we don't have Korazna. Segadoa. Hellas construction mats, yes. Kolata, and where is Segadoa? Segadoa might be importing it from the other customs house, I think, but I'm not 100% sure anymore. There it is, at the bottom. Okay, so all of the routes. No more prefab panels after loading bricks from Duceni. They will have to go through the end station to refuel. Come over here, pick up prefab panels, and then drop it off back on the return trip in Segadoa. So quite the trip. New route. Prefab panels available locally. That is Hellas, that has to take the same route. Do need to use the gas stations for the trains, otherwise they can't. There could be a situation where they can't make the trip. I have to check Segadoa soon. Not sure why they're using that many components. I also have to change the route for Resacibus because I forgot to add the gas stations, I think. Let's make sure construction materials for the harbor. That is something different. Resacibus construction materials. Hellas, Kolata. Resacibus construction mats. Is it that one? That is Segadoa, so it must be that one. After you've picked up the bricks from Duceni, we need to run through the gas station at Segadoa, unload construction materials, and on the return trip refuel again, just to make sure we don't have any traffic jams. Okay, we're full on waste. Trucks are having trouble unloading. Looks like we might have to resort to some exports or increase the efficiency of the incinerator right now. But it's good that they're waiting until unloaded. They will be able to unload soon as the hazardous waste is gone. And now they can unload. Oh God, the waste trains are starting to pile up. Export train is still doing well. Yeah, I mean, we were running close to capacity. Still not sure. I still think we might have to add more people to the cableway station. We will have to add more cableway cars to this now. Bring more workers down. Make sure the incinerator is running at full capacity, which will in turn provide more pollution to the area too. But that's the price we will have to pay for efficiency. That is a really old truck. 55 years, 88%. Didn't get replaced yet. Something is not going well with the automatic vehicle replacement. I don't know what. Samaska should be able to do that. But, oh no, wait. You were set up wrong. I did change it for the other ones. Not for you yet. You need to go to here instead of the log storage directly. Sorry about the confusion, but yeah, now you've been set up correctly too. We need an open haul truck to deliver the cableway cars. We are using light personal cabin V3. Eight cabins would put us to 22, and we can have one more. So we're just gonna fill this up completely with cabins. Incinerator's working faster than the unloading speed of the train, but it's not able to switch to the hazardous waste right now. Last waste train. Yeah. Oh, that's a construction train, never mind. I thought it was going to complain about the waste train. Well, construction train is in the way now, so... we have to set up the signals, so only one train can make it down here. And no other construction train tries to get to that area at the same time, so you actually have to go back home. What is your problem? You say you can't get there. Oh, right, because the other lane hasn't finished constructing yet. So the signals aren't working. We have to find the one that is incorrect. Oh, these ones. The one I turned around so the trains couldn't leave to turn around. These ones should work. And now the construction train is in the way again. Move out of the way, please. Let the other train leave. Did we build the way for trains to cross over here? We did not. So the train is going to come through the right lane, which in turn will become the left lane. It moves through here into the harbor area, and then it wants to switch over to the right lane at some point, which we don't do right now. So it moves through here, and then it can't switch over. And I think we will provide that option. It will also be useful for rail construction tasks. The local rail construction office should be able to do that relatively quickly. And then the construction train can also leave after they have been built. I'm going to call all vehicles home and hope that they switch their construction efforts to this area. And yes, they're doing it. First construction train is already moving out. All the construction material trains will start to pile up in this area until we fix that. And then we can build the rest of the setup in peace. The signals over here should probably be removed. Alright, one line done. That one was the one necessary for the train to actually leave the location. So as soon as both construction trains move out of the way, the other trains can start moving through this area. Can already go home, there's enough room. And from this side we don't need it because they can pick the correct lane here. It's just for return trains from either direction, if they're on the wrong side. Yep, we are working on it, don't worry. You have to wait. The other construction train will have to get back. And then hopefully the material train can leave. Yep. Now you'll have to turn around in a weird way because I changed the signals. But that's okay. Okay, things should be back to normal. Sewage pipe is almost ready. They should prioritize that construction if possible. And hopefully we have some road cranes. Seems like they're all in that building right now. People can unload to work in this facility to build it up if they want to, via the bus route that we already have. Yeah, oil supply is sufficient. And we don't have to change anything about our export. We could set this up with a pumping station and another rail line to take oil for export of this area, which I guess wouldn't be that difficult. Since we don't have any imports anymore with the ruble currency, we can do whatever we want. We still have some vehicle imports, but no consistent monthly imports, I mean. Do we have a traffic jam again? Of course we do. Alright, we'll move one bus into storage, and then I don't think we'll have traffic jam issues again. This one will only be able to store mechanical components that we deliver to the building. No train arriving here unloading mechanical components or whatever, or unloading other resources should be able to drop off material into that storage. We will probably unload mechanical components in here first, stop with the delivery of mechanical components, I think. Don't really have to do that, we can still leave it on the train, I guess. So we'll deliver our own produced mechanical components here, and if this one is full, bring it over here. And this will have to have a warehouse. It might even be possible to not have a warehouse at all. The internal storage of 17 tons of mechanical components is quite large. We'll try without a warehouse first, and just a truck route. There are trains in the harbor, so you will have to wait. Tunnel is almost done too. This section is getting a train right now. Trying to move back here. So they are probably blocking each other. We'll send this train out first, because it will be able to finish this section of track. And then we only have one construction train on the network, and it should be fine. And after the tunnel is done, we can signal everything up, and then we will have no more traffic issues. Not sure about demolishing the rail construction office yet. It's probably going to be useful for setting up the steel industry also. I really need to just place down rail construction offices more often. And they don't have to be permanent. That is not necessary. I don't remember what this is used for. I'm just gonna demolish these buildings. That must have been something really, really old. I have no idea. New shopping center is up. We will change our routes. We are picking up from the warehouse, going to the shopping center last. Instead, we're not going to use the road cargo station anymore. But we'll unload at the grocer, and then on the return trip unload at the shopping center. No more waiting until unloaded. Same thing applies for meat. So the meat truck, wherever it is. We'll also take that route. Local meat storage into the grocer, into the shopping center. That leaves the road cargo station with the materials for our small store. And those deliveries also have to go to the shopping center. No more waiting until unloaded. Just a constant delivery route. Small store into shopping center. The small store might be obsolete, but we can still bring materials to it. It's fine. That makes the road cargo station obsolete. And we'll get rid of that. We'll still leave it for the repair station, I guess. Might be a nice idea to just replace it with a warehouse though. Steel deliveries directly into the repair station and then a warehouse for the other components. I think we'll do that. So you will constantly deliver into the repair station without waiting until unloaded. And the steel delivery will go into the repair station while waiting until unloaded. That will leave ourselves 2 garage slots open for the area, and that is hopefully enough. But on the other hand, it will also free up the space for the road cargo station. So this one can also be demolished. And is obsolete. $20 sellers at most. A little bit of a backup. Small store is basically not used anymore. But we can use it to employ some people, and in case something goes wrong with the shopping center, we do have a backup. Mechanical components factory is running. We do need a covered hull truck to bring the goods over. It has to be a somewhat grey looking truck. White grey, I guess, is fine. And it will bring the materials from the mechanical component factory, as I said. Waiting until loaded. Through our local warehouse, used by repair stations and everything. And then if it can't unload there, it'll try to unload here, waiting until unloaded. And this is the warehouse that will only house mechanical components. Once goods have been unloaded into our storage for our citizens, they can never be taken out. So if trains go here to pick up mechanical components, they can only take it from that warehouse. And not from this one. And never can we unload mechanical components here either. But yeah, as we increase our population and bring more workers to the mechanical component factory, our scrap metal is probably just gonna start going down quite quickly. And maybe we can bring some metal scrap over from the iron ore processing facility. We don't really have a loading station set up for that. I don't know how much it's gonna make, but let's try and get some metal scrap made. That's not a low amount, that's decent. We just have to set it up to be picked up from the area and transported. Our current trucks are not completely busy, so I guess every now and then one truck transporting metal scrap to our metal scrap storage is fine. The other option would be another dedicated aggregate storage and then having a transportation route off of that to the area, but we'll just use the technical service and see if it's enough. And only one of the technical services will be assigned to that task. There were 2 nearby that area. 1 will be enough. And if it isn't enough, the other one won't be overloaded with work because of it. We're out of food. Seems like we need more trucks on the food route. Mr. Best Food Shopping only has 1 truck right now. Best to make sure this doesn't run out. Because it will start to basically affect our facilities in order. These ones run out, then the other facilities will have to take over more work, meaning that the food will start to run out even faster and it'll go back and back. So once the warnings start coming in for missing goods, we need to adjust. And I probably also need another meat truck. I think I should replace those with smaller trucks, but since we're running them through the town to multiple buildings, I will still continue using the larger trucks. Because at some point the small truck might not be enough to supply all buildings. And then I would have to switch to larger trucks again anyway. Susabes meat shopping. There we go. Organized naming of lines makes things quite easy. We'll assign a few more of these houses to go to the bus stop first. Metal scrap by the demolition office can also be brought over. Doesn't need to go to the customs house anymore. Construction waste, we don't have a pickup location here. But I guess you could also drive it over back to Karasna. So we use our existing facilities. I don't see an autosave message. The game just crashed. Yeah. How much did we lose? We lost a minute, so nothing, not much. Unlike the new Karabadak run, this one looks very stable, so I don't think a chemical plant that has been built 5 meters outside of range of a fire station is gonna cause me to drop the run. It's just the performance really, and the autosave length. That is really irritating. I wonder if it should be possible to buy vehicles directly onto a line. So you select a line like this one that does meat transportation, and you say, I need another vehicle. It automatically selects the filter for you, refrigerated, and you just buy one and it auto assigns itself. Could be convenient. Regardless, metal scrap goes here. And construction waste goes up next to our iron mine. We did already set up the technical office before all of that, right? Yep, that one is delivering metal scrap to Kolata. So the vehicles might not be as bored anymore soon when the first storage is run full on metal scrap, then we'll have to make a delivery. Maybe they turned off automatic vehicle replacement of vehicles that are parked, but it can lead to a few problems. If we run out of steel, let me know. Then we might have to take steel from the construction materials. So we'll be able to continue delivering mechanical components here because we will be bringing mechanical components into the storage, reducing our need for import. And then we could let them pick up mechanical components from this storage. I think if we hook up Hellas to this area to try and use the mechanical components, there wouldn't be any left anyway. So we'll set up the train for Hellas to use those components. That would be Hellas citizen goods trains going to customs. Different naming convention on that train. So after you've unloaded, before you go to, I don't even know where that waypoint is, that's probably still in the farming area. Oh no, that's for picking up alcohol, that makes sense. After you've unloaded everything, you have to do a short trip towards Kolata and try and pick up mechanical components from it. And then however much you have loaded from here determines on how much you will purchase at the border. So we'll see if the consumption is high enough to use up all of the recycled mechanical components or not. Unemployment in Segadoara. Going to the train platform only, 100 workers. Do we have a traffic jam here? Looks like we do. I assume it's because there's another train stuck trying to do a shortcut thing. I really, really hate you guys. Why do you keep doing that? You're not supposed to turn around in place. Yeah, why is it doing that? We're gonna remove the waypoint and just see if it runs fine without any waypoints. It's as if they are still remembering the switch that we had in this area where they could turn around and go back. And the whole area was being constructed, but that thing doesn't exist anymore. There's no way for you to turn around in the middle of the track. The only thing we can do is, if this continues happening, just make a loop here. So they have to go to this area to turn around. Would be quite annoying though. You should just continue running this route. Maybe they'll add a checkbox where you are forced to go to a stop. I will probably, if it happens again, drop a save and report it. Not sure how you're supposed to solve that. Probably a loop. You're empty? And you're running fine. Okay, so... Well, I say that as the game crashes. Maybe I didn't like something. I don't know. We lost... it's just a minute again. So nothing really lost. I don't know why it's crashing that much. Maybe the town is getting too big. Well, the towns. If that's an indicator on how our mega city run could fare, it could be difficult. What about the trains? That's Starvelenia, that's Segador. Why are there so many repair icons? What's going on? Okay. This is already running and the waypoint has already been removed. Why are there so many repair icons here? Why are the excavators completely busted and not getting repairs? All the farms are in range. On road to repair station. Well, it's running through a field right now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, I guess. Not having enough capacity to repair all farming vehicles. We do have enough capacity, the repair station was not overloaded. I think something is not going right with the assignment of repair vehicles, but I don't know what. Wait a minute. If you are moving right now, that means we can set you to move. You're 91%. We can set you to go to the to this thing instead. Just have to time it right when the icon is not there. Like right now. And then we have to allow farming vehicles to actually be able to leave from this area. So we'll have to get rid of this traffic sign. Oh, that's... wait. Are they trying to go to the repair station but they can't? The repair vehicles are supposed to go to them. I don't know what's going on. Oh, the vehicles were supposed to get automatically replaced, but they weren't allowed to leave, so they never could get replaced. That's the thing, I guess. Now everyone's getting replacement vehicles. Well, that makes sense, I guess, a little bit. So we'll get rid of the no farming vehicles allowed to leave signs and make sure that they can leave if they need replacement vehicles. Can you move? You're gonna hold up traffic so badly. Well, that explains a few things. We'll go back here and refill it with the missing harvesters that we took out. Didn't expect that to happen, but I guess it makes sense. If they're not allowed to leave, then there's no way for them to get replacement vehicles. I mean, we're probably going to make enough mechanical components if I will use our construction materials, which I don't really want to. This should only be from scrap materials if possible. So the scrapyard. Scrapyard. Colada Road Cargo Station. That is... What's that steel? I did set it up the stream, but I don't remember. Well, apparently it's a resource disco here. Oh, it's everything in this area. It's the scrapyard. So the steel was picked up from the scrapyard directly and brought to the mechanical components factory. That's what it is. Tunnel is done. We can start setting up the signals. Make sure the trains can run here effectively. Don't give me that look. This should be fine. There's probably just some signals not turned around right yet. We'll get it set up correctly. That should be enough. End station, yeah, should be fine. And it should allow more trains to move into the area now, because all of the tunnels, some of the areas for the turn and the waiting platform here will allow trains to wait in that area. I wonder if the delivery speeds for prefab panels are still fast enough, or if at some point Segadoara or Hellas will run out of prefab panels and complain that they can't do building maintenance fast enough. Stop getting fuel, that's not the point. If they can get a few repairs, then we can just put them into this transport. Oh no, they can't be transported, they're too heavy. No. Well then, I guess they have to drive to the scrapyard slowly and cause a bunch of traffic issues if we can't transport them by train even. I thought we could, but apparently they are too large. Maybe a scrapyard next to the farming area would be a good idea to avoid those issues. But they should get scrapped before they run out of anywhere. So they shouldn't have 100% wear. This will be painful, but we'll let it run. Tunnel construction over here ongoing with all of the buses that we have. This should have an auto search radius of 3 kilometers. And we'll add another 2 buses to it. Food supplies are sufficient again. Just a little bit worried about the electricity, but we are working towards it. We need to hook up the switch on that side. Then we'll have enough electricity available. Right now we're limited to 4 megawatts, so we need to be careful not to expand anymore until we have that hooked up. 95% heading to scrapyard. That makes sense. A tractor. Oh, it's driving along this gravel road. That's neat. So it does make sense to have that, I guess. If they are prioritizing slower roads and they go here instead of through Hellas, that'll prevent traffic issues, which is good. There is a fire truck here, but apparently we don't have firefighters in it. Or is it? It is on site. Fire station. Where is it? This one. No firefighters. Alright. You should probably also send some workers to the fire station, if possible. You're the only house with range here, so... Would be nice if you could send some firefighters over. And we should probably build another house or two. There we go. Glad we noticed that. This needs to hold hazardous waste, please. Well, we did hook up our construction materials. So this truck is kind of obsolete. This whole route is obsolete, so since we're bringing materials now by truck, by train, not by truck anymore. So these vehicles can make their way either into a scrapyard. I did say that I wanted to add them to the construction office. In the meantime, I bought a bunch of vehicles for it already, but yes, they can make their way over here and serve as an addition to our vehicle park. Temp gas station with a settlement in this area probably won't get set up right now. The fuel supply to the free gas station is enough to deal with all of the trucks running through this area. And the trains we have dealt with an end station. I guess we could have done the same for vehicles, but you can't really do that for construction offices, not that it matters for them. But yeah, we could have set up a bus end station here, in addition to the gas stations. And for long distance vehicles, refuel them before they leave and then refuel them before they get back. Probably a good idea in the future for these longer distances. I want to unload 20% at the chemical plant area again. Don't want to run out of our own chemicals if possible. We are able to produce enough, so we should supply enough workers to it. Plus it'll make sure the power plant keeps running. That provides a decent amount of electricity for our nation. We could draw another power line off of this. maybe towards Recessibus. So it could provide electricity over there too. The Swift transformer would be ideal for that. Just to make sure we put decent amount of load onto the power plants and we don't let them idle. And the electricity can also go in the other direction towards Segadoa if it needs to. Well, the container ship is filling up nicely. 38 tons of mechanical components for repairs right now. That number is just gonna keep going up. And if we trigger repairs, since we have a repair station right here, they will just repair it in situ. Also automatically, but yeah, it is set up correctly. Theoretically, we could hook this up to the cargo harbor somehow and bring from a small warehouse, bring materials over here, but no, we're delivering everything by train, it's fine. I think everything is hooked up to the train station. Recessibus components to the repair station from the warehouse, yeah. 52 tons of mechanical components. We'll up that number and reduce the number of alcohol. The amount of alcohol. Well, our train route is running, so the setup seems to be working fine. People are picking up their own prefab panels. I think we don't have any prefab panels imports anymore. The water imports on the eastern border have ceded. And we haven't had any... I assume we haven't had any prefab panel imports recently. So yeah, they have stopped in this last third of this year. No more visible prefab panels. No more prefab panels, no more brick imports, no more board imports. Slowly getting all the construction materials going. Building maintenance is eating quite a few components. Alright, you're also supposed to make your way to the scrapyard, please. Fortunately, the train can't load you. This farm is full. This farm is definitely not full anymore. And this farm is full. So we lost a bunch of vehicles in here. That is quite a few tractors. How many are we looking at? 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 8, 12, 14 trucks. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And harvesters, 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 3, so we need 5 harvesters. There's already a vehicle on the way. But I did buy 3 harvesters, and those are the ones that we handled manually, so now we have 5 harvesters on the way and 3 trucks. Do I always do 1 tractor and 1 harvester? No. Usually I had fewer tractors than harvesters, so I had 5 tractors and 6 harvesters before.
but I didn't know what to expect because we didn't use additional distribution offices to help with the harvest, so I didn't want to worry about it and just added more tractors and thought the sowing gets done sooner, so the harvesting can start sooner, and it's probably going to even itself out. Plus the tractors are also used for fertilizing the fields, etc. I don't know the ideal ratio, and I don't really want to look it up. I've been eyeballing it. Also, hello, Mega Monkey. I don't know if you heard it, but this is going to be the last official episode in the series. I'm not sure anyone knows the ideal ratio. Well, with the modular fertilizer, etc., it just depends. We are going to start the Mega City 1 challenge as an intermittent challenge. I'm not going to upload that one to YouTube, I don't think. No 50k. I feel like I'm just pushing for population growth for the sake of it. There's no real... Everything is fine. There's no difference between 14k and 15k. It's just a waiting game right now. I'm not completely abandoning this because I really like how everything is set up. But I do want to move on to a new challenge because the autosave will be much quicker and we can continue this run also without YouTube uploads. No steal. I think those constructions will happen, but I do need a break. The autosave is just annoying me so much. Every 5 minutes, 10 seconds are stolen away from me. And the game is also crashing a little bit more often, it feels like. You won't convince me otherwise, Mega Monkey. I've already made up my mind. So sad faces are not gonna help, unfortunately. It's time. We're gonna upgrade our power connection. After that we can set up more residential zoning to maybe get up to 40,000. But then we've basically grown 10,000 in the last 2 episodes, and it's just a matter of time, really. And as I said, it's not necessarily the end for the run, but I do need a break for it. I will basically throw in a few streams every now and then where we will continue the no distribution offices run, but it's not a challenge anymore. I think the challenge has been completed successfully, basically. The 50,000 mark was just the setting that I said I would do, but I also said if it was lagging before or if it was getting annoying, I would stop before. The tunnel is for hooking up this area, so we can put the switch down, which will provide more than 4 megawatts of electricity. We did build that at the start, and then I drew a small capacity wire to start the area up, but it's running near to capacity already. And we need a proper 80 megawatt power line to supply enough power for the expansion. And since I didn't want a bridge over here to not hinder any ships, we're using a tunnel underneath the harbor. And that's why we're building that right now. It's not hectic, we still have a megawatt. We just need to pause expansion a little bit while we build that line. And hopefully it's in range of a construction office to do maintenance on. But we'll see. Since Hellas is starting to complain about mechanical components that frequently, I don't know. Colata waste train incinerator. That is the old train. That one is not necessary anymore. We'll unassign it from the route and then it's an empty route. I was thinking of maybe unloading mechanical components once before we go deliver resources, but I don't know. I think I just need to increase the warehouse capacity for mechanical components in the area. Or the train delivery capacity needs to have more mechanical components. That ought to be a reason. Alcohol. Way too much alcohol. Well, way too much. It's using more than half, but we could reduce that some. Plastics. What else do we have a lot of left? Fabric is barely used. Electronic components are used half. I guess we'll go down 40% on the alcohol and put 40% mechanical components in here. That should supply more mechanical components and hopefully deal with the shortage that we're experiencing. The warning messages are getting a little bit too frequent. The good thing about this is the run will turn from a challenge game to a regular game with no goals. So we can basically pick our own challenges as we go along. I still wouldn't use any of the distribution offices, I don't think, because that's basically still the run setup. But we can then do other things. A break will be necessary though. I'm also hoping that we will get the container unloading station changed soon, and we might be able to set up our temporary gas station settlement with containers only. So we deliver every resource that we deliver to this area will have to come by container. So we could use this setup right now without distribution offices to see if containers are viable. I'm trying to make a settlement run with it. That's something I have open as an idea. Every resource that can fit into a container. We can't fit fuel into a container, so that one would be delivered normally. But I would like to learn the container loading facility if they change it, or when they change it. They said they would change it, so I assume it's gonna happen. Love to see that, yeah. Me too. I would like to do a container-only run, where everything has to be delivered, transported by containers. So container loading and unloading stations everywhere. It would be no distribution offices 2.0, basically. I don't want to go ahead and retrofit container unloading stations into everything. We did try it in Krasna at the start, and unfortunately it didn't work. Otherwise we would have a lot more container unloading facilities everywhere already. Looks like we just had a small hiccup in the incinerator where multiple trains arrived at the same time. So the capacity of the incinerator is still sufficient for a long time, I would say. Seems pretty good. The harvesters will take quite a long while to get back home to their scrapyard. But thankfully they're using a side road and not going the main road anymore. So the gravel path, the gravel road, definitely the right choice to build that. I was about to cancel it, but then I said, ah, what the hell. It's just an additional road, it's fine. Okay, so we're already using all of the mechanical components that we're producing. One truck is enough. 40 workers here, not bad. Steel is slowly running out. But vehicle recycling is going to be a constant thing, so there's always going to be mechanical components coming out of this. We'll see if it runs out. The area is slowly being cleaned up. Very, very slowly. Get rid of these roads. The footpaths can pretty much stay, but they might change. Depending on if we want to build a building here or not. So it's not possible to draw a road through a footpath, but shouldn't it be also possible to just say, have a road here and then continue the road from the footpath? So it would turn into the same thing like this. Not sure why that one isn't possible. Where is the next delivery of mechanical components? Oh my god, there's so many routes. I really wish there was a way to organize this. Okay, I'm gonna go into the route menu. Hellas. Citizen goods trains. It's going through a waypoint right now. So it did pick up mechanical components from our Kolata cargo train station right now. Still have 74 tons. 40 tons of mechanical components. The warehouse can hold 40 tons. So that seems good. Seems like a good number. The train is running quite often though. Maybe they'll fix that one day. I'll write it down as a suggestion, but I don't know if it could probably lead to a lot of weird issues. I don't know. They are working on... They said they are working on usability, so maybe it is an open point that they already are thinking about. Or maybe the engine limitation is just not going to allow it. There might be the reason that it works one way but not both ways. So you can set it up to work either way, and they've chosen the road has priority before footpaths. It's already a weird issue. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at games like City Skylines, they're going really hard on the usability, so you can draw roads through other roads. You probably still remember when you first started playing and you wanted to go, I want a road here and I want a road... Why doesn't that work? What? Why? What? I just want a road here, I want an intersection. The game has basically trained us that City Skylines is too much luxury, where you can just do that. Let's hope that 40 tons of mechanical components are enough. Before that it was 22 tons, I think. Hit the right number, apparently. If the repair station in Hellas starts complaining about missing components, then all hell breaks loose. But that one still has enough. Because I think it gets the deliveries before construction offices do. I need to check the construction offices actually, since they are bringing the materials to maintenance tasks. It looks okay. Something is taking the components away. There's the train in the distance. That field area was so annoying to set up. I hope they add a toggle for fields with or without fences. I would use fields without fences so much. It still makes sense for grid-like fields, but if you're trying to go for a slightly more organic layout, fences are just a nuisance. Let's reduce the food storage by 5% and increase the mechanical component storage by another 5%, which gives us double capacity. So 40 tons run out over time, and it's not enough. We need to add more capacity on the train or add another train. Hopefully not going to have to add another train though. But I guess moving towards Kolata to load mechanical components is quite the trip. Maybe we should have a train distributing mechanical components instead, then we could have 4 full train cars of mechanical components running around. But you don't really have the production capacity in this area. We do have the capacity inside our steel mill location. So at some point we'll probably have mechanical components picked up from Kolata first, then from the steel mill, and then distributed. Maybe we'll have dedicated trains for resources. the sharing of all resources on individual trains is quite good in the beginning. But when you're talking huge volumes and balancing resources, it gets a little bit difficult to then change a train to haul different types of resources. Because we might be running out of alcohol now, for all I know. But we'll see. Alcohol is a less dangerous resource than mechanical components for us. Looks like ships also can go through power lines because we already had our western export ships go through that, no problem. I just realized. Without having to do underground wires. So the whole setup with the underground wires here to make sure that ships aren't hindered is still just for me and the visual aesthetics, but it isn't necessary. I still want it though. But it wasn't. It was completely unnecessary. We could have probably made a hill and then drawn the power line from the hill across at a decent elevation. Okay, let me check the trucks. I don't think they're going through end stations yet. Yeah, we need to run them through end stations, otherwise they will pile up. So I want an end station for the vehicles that return from the area, and they should probably do the line spacing back here, so out of the way from other vehicles. Did the bulldozers just really leave? Or do I not have any bulldozers in the area? We don't need many. 3 bulldozers or 2 bulldozers will be enough. Everything can clip through power lines. I have mixed feelings about that. Yeah. Power lines, I mean even power lines can clip through other power lines. I still try to keep it realistic. Yeah, mixed. The missing end station is leading to the transportation routes bringing resources inconsistently. Now that we added another refrigerated truck, they might still pile up and deliver at about the same time. We'll get a large end station here and run our citizen goods, food, deliveries and meat trucks through that. And that should hopefully provide consistent supplies of resources to our settlement. And we just have to balance the number of trucks, nothing else. When they come in here, they drive into the end station and then turn around with a left-hand turn and pick up the resources. I might just build the end station here though, up on the hill. I like that. Shipyard with the train line. The harbor looks pretty neat. It's a little bit cluttered and space is not used as tightly as you could, but it was a good setup. Multi-story levels too. This is a little bit weird, but I like it too. Same. Okay. Good to hear that. Always need to build things to make Mega Monkey happy. That's our goal. The Mega Monkey challenge. We only build what Mega Monkey says we have to build. And if it looks terrible, we have to tear it down and build something different. I mean, I was thinking of a Twitch challenge kind of thing, where Twitch chat basically has the option to say whatever they want. Or I throw in like regular votes on, you get to decide if a building gets deactivated or demolished or something, or like you tell me what resources I should go for. I would still have to design things and put them in place. Votes, polls sounds fun. I haven't done a lot of votes and polls. So yeah. It's just a question, is there enough demand for it? Because if it's just you voting and doing the polls, then it's basically the Mega Monkey challenge, as I said. But it could draw more interaction from other people who are lurking. They wouldn't need to write, they would just need to vote on polls, I guess. So I don't know. I don't think the vehicles need to be refueled, but I'll probably put a refueling truck on that end station anyway. And yeah, line spacing happens back here. Waste trucks aren't overly busy from the settlement anyway. Should not cause any traffic issues. Still would like to work on the park. And the shopping center is up, so we need to also bring our resources here. Hellas is still complaining, but they're getting more components now. We just have to give them some time, see if they can fix themselves. Our shopping route for food and citizen goods needs to go through the new shopping center now. That one would be before 5, so not the last stop, but before the last stop. So this grocer will run out empty on goods before the large store. That is the idea. And we're bringing materials to the prison. Large shopping center after. We'll put line spacing on for now, but as soon as we have the end station we can use that instead. This end station is already pretty busy. Can also use that for the food deliveries to the area, to the warehouse, I guess. Make sure that the buses aren't getting crowded here with resource deliveries. We might also have to add another truck for bringing meat to this area, but right now it still seems to be enough. We have one truck bringing the meat here and 2 trucks delivering it inside town. We're out of meat. This one should also warn me, also currently out of meat. I think we'll add another truck. To the other route. Resuscibus meat, warehouse. No meat. Yep. It's just because I enabled line spacing, so they have to figure themselves out. Meat is being delivered. Just the line spacing hasn't kicked in yet, so they are back to back right now. So sometimes the deliveries arrive at the wrong time. And it does get used up fairly quickly inside the shopping centers. Let's see. The park area from road to road supposed to be 156 meters. That's quite a distance. So this area is supposed to be our park. I think I'll use a diagonal in it. So we would cut this diagonally. It wouldn't cut the park in half, but we can have facilities in here that people can use. Like another culture building, maybe. Triangles, yes. I wanted to have diagonals and triangles, not make the town just of squares. So maybe the triangle can continue this way. A fountain would be nice. What is the middle point? About here. No, not the autosave. I just realized where the middle point is. Now I have 10 seconds to forget it. Come on. Doesn't want to turn. Why is it not turning? What the? Oh right, the diagonal is not aligned with the grid. This would be correct, but I want it to be aligned to the road. I don't think we're gonna get that alignment in place even while holding control down. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be aligned to the road. I wonder if we should have a bus stop in the middle on the diagonal road. I think that would be a fitting place for people to get dropped off on. Or maybe we'll set up a tram line. Completely unnecessary. And unplanned. Yep. That Ferris will allow people to look over the hill, I guess. If they want to. I really need to plan out all the housing around this, otherwise I can't replace the dirt roads. Needs water and sewage too. Probably a good idea to put down some electricity for this area. If the hitbox was like matching this, we could put it directly on the road. Oh well. Can't have everything. Can we get a footpath past the bus stop? No, not with the fountains in that way. think the bus stop will be located a little bit off to the side instead. Maybe it could be a bus platform. No, a bus platform would be too large. I will just have the bus platform at the end here, not in the middle of the park. That means the diagonal road is also going to be different. I think we lost a bunch of population. Last year our population grew, but this year, yeah, we lost a few. Oh no, we didn't. Birth rate is still higher than death and escape rate, so I guess I just had the wrong population number. I should check the population graph. I wish there was a toggle here to cycle through the years, instead of having to click that. Oh no. Nope, still looks like pretty good population growth. Okay. I can't fill this all with buildings. It is supposed to have park-like areas. Trees and stuff, yeah. That's supposed to go in that area. Park benches would be nice. Remove the across path in front of the wheels, so people have to use the fountain path. No, I want this to look okay. This is... I don't want them to walk here and then through the fountain and then the There's supposed to be more housing here. A few people can walk through it. I don't want to force it. It would force a lot of people through the fountain, but yeah, I don't want to do that. Valenciava out of goods, probably just meat. Yeah, this one should also be changed to have 50, 25 and 25% for those goods, because food is being used the most and should be stored the most. It's not very dictator of you. Well, it's a park area. Sometimes a little bit of freedom for the people to choose where they want to go can instill a sense of rebellion. God, so many fires. We have to basically make sure the footpaths are all in place before we start planting trees, because footpath placement can also demolish trees. Not sure if we need any other facilities. I think the rest should just be greenery area. It's already relatively busy for a park. Would be nice if they had some reasons to walk through it. I guess we could add another pub. A pub might be a viable addition. I mean, we do have a restaurant here. But for some people that might be a little bit too fancy. Drinking in the park, yep. You ran out of meat. We also need to have the settings for food set correctly. Looks like we don't have enough trucks for you anymore. I wonder why. Because our meat trucks delivering it here are set to wait until unloaded, and that makes absolutely no sense anymore whatsoever. Thankfully that didn't happen during winter, but it is February. So hopefully the workers to the heating plant can get there soon enough again. The delivery of meat, since we now have 2 trucks, also needs to go through the end station here. Yep, ran out of food a little bit. And the grocer's having reconstruction done, and they're all quite busy trying to get food here. But the deliveries are gonna be happening again soon. Looks like there's a little bit of a riot for lack of food, but it's all still fine. Just waiting on the deliveries to make their way. Prison first. And we get food again. So hungry. Maybe that's the reason we lost population. Maybe it was actually true. I don't know. Anyway, the road in the middle should still be street lamps, I think. The other roads we can't really set up. Can we build, if we decide to build buildings, can we build them here? Yes. I think that section of road does not get in the way, but let's try. Yeah, this one is green. Okay, so that will work. We can build the inner area up. And the junctions will be fine. As long as there are junctions. This one will have to wait. This might be a housing facade. Oh, we have to take down the road first. I would like to avoid four-way junctions if possible. Except for the diagonal. There it's fine. I guess we'll wait with that section too. And the footpaths should be fine. Except these outer edge cases. This one is okay. These are all okay. Like the ones connecting to the road, I'm not 100% sure yet. Because if we place houses here, then the footpaths might also get in the way and have to be temporarily removed again. I guess we can turn them into dirt footpaths for now, to be able to build things. And then get a road connection through this area, so we can also start building construction tasks from the other side. It's a lot of facilities for a park area, but I do believe it will have enough greenery to make up for it. Should not look too terrible. At least people will go there to use it. And all of the trucks are getting busy. Which trees? Beeches, probably. I like the large top of the beech trees. They provide excellent amounts of shade. We might have a few different ones next to here, because it's relatively thin. Maybe the road will have the poplars. And then the luxury area of the cafe could have some acacias. So a variety of trees, I think. No evergreen trees, I don't think. But a mixture of the other three. Lovely. Alright, looks like we've used up all of the steel. I don't really want to bring any extra steel here, so I'm just going to remove the warning message. We're only using recycled steel for mechanical components. And if they're using everything up, then that's fine. But yeah, just wanted to see if that was actually the case or not. We'll set up some additional housing in the area, so more of them can walk to the fire station and the scrapyard, if they want to. Balconies facing Brisbridge Lake, I guess. And into the city. No vehicle replacement again. It's getting annoying. I'm not sure if that has something to do with too many lines or I don't know, but that shouldn't happen. I guess maybe if they aren't used anymore, they just sit inside the technical service and then there's no task for them to drive around and they only check to be replaced if they drive around. Maybe that's the reason. But they should still drive around because they do still have to transport waste away here. Maybe they were always using the other technical office. I don't know. New store has been set up. Need to change our transportation routes. I'm gonna stick with the shopping name. Inner city also sounds fine, but shopping is okay. We'll go here first before this grocer. And then citizen goods will also have to come up here. Then we can start developing some housing for workers that can go to the train station and that can work into the coal mine. Can work in the coal mine. Okay. You're delivering clothing and then the warehouse. I guess we didn't have another store. So you will stop delivering to the prison now. Just the warehouse. And we will have to set up an inner city route for the goods to be transported on. Clothing, electronics, alcohol. Alcohol is transported by a dedicated truck, so I guess we can omit that in this area. But yeah, bring clothing to the prison first, and then drop off the rest here. One truck. A little bit overworked, it looks like. Not that many people in here though. They can all reach that, yeah. I guess they just prefer this one because it's closer. And it's just moving back and forth, I guess. Food and meat, clothing and electronics will come as soon as the vehicle gets here. And then we could bring in some housing. Well, didn't I build the power line? I guess I didn't. Annoying. I think it's the footpath. I think the footpath's in the way. Thought I was being clever. Well, the removal of the footpath will clear up that topic quite quickly. And maybe we can build the footpath after the power line. It might just be a matter of order again. Water and sewage will have to be hooked up here too at some point. Especially if there are shared responsibilities with buildings that already have running water. And if it doesn't work, I guess building another substation is also not going to be too difficult. Because I'm not going to move the monument. That would be heresy. Doesn't like it. Oh, it's very popular. They just enjoy shopping here, I guess. They're coming from far and wide. Maybe they arrived here by train or something. And had made up their mind to go shopping here when they started in Hellas or something. Yeah. We'll use that one. Get rid of this. And then get the footpath placed in the location again. Maybe it won't look as pretty, but we'll see. Might have to rebuild the other two footpaths too to make that look nice. I guess that's okay. Kind of a second footpath after. Why don't you want it to be placed like that? Don't see a red... Oh, the substation. I forgot. Waste storage. Over there. Good night, Mega Monkey. See you in the next challenge. Or maybe on this run again, depending on what I feel like doing. But yeah, we'll stream for a few more minutes. I also need to go grab some food. And then I think we'll call this a success. Oh, heating pipe. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, we need a pedestrian footpath in this area for people to get to the train station so they can find work. That one is obsolete and can be bulldozed again. That was a temporary connection to get this one hooked up again. And this will also be the sewage pipe, which will go up into this area to hook up the sewage tanks in that location. probably 2 clicks. A bit too low. I guess it could have a downward slope until they get to the stairs, but no, they don't like that. Too short. Will that work? Yes. Alright. That would give the citizens access to the train station, basically. As soon as we have removed everything in the area, and we can hook up the other footpath to build the lower section. I guess we'll have... This one was the original idea. I guess we can have 2 connections here. If this one goes to another area, that's fine. But this one should go here. Yep. Start developing this area a little bit more. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. So much unemployment because of small children. I think we're just lacking another kindergarten up there, I would assume. Or in general. Apparently they're also complaining about it. Kindergarten spaces are getting a little bit low. Not sure why we're having piled up crime here. I guess the reconstruction makes it so that it is being worked off slower than usual. Hello, Sir Romano. Welcome. Got new residential buildings set up here, hopefully within range of the scrapyard slash fire station. Yep. That should provide enough workers for the area now, so we can probably also take off the assignment. Be assured that enough people will walk there on their free own accord. Well, 50 people away from another research point. So 37,500 would be the next goal. And it's slowly growing towards that. With the 2 extra houses, that shouldn't be a problem. How would we connect the settlement in this area? I do plan on using that, I think. We would need to get some bulldozers here, flatten this direction out. It is supposed to hook up into the other road that I said I would do from Vostok. Let's get the terraforming equipment to this area. And we can plan our road going next to the rail line at Messina River, having another bridge, and then hooking up to the road coming from here with another tunnel. And then a settlement in this area. We also kind of need the terraforming vehicles here. I'll write that down as a marker, because as I said, this is probably going to be the last session for this time, but when I come back I want to know what I need to be doing. I hope that we can finish the power line setup. We only have one tunnel and one section of one section of road left to be built. And then we can build the switch, and hopefully it's in range of a construction office. If it isn't, then we have to set up a construction office here too, so the maintenance can already be done in this area. It's going to be close in regards to the distance, but we'll see. Setting up a small construction office isn't the end of the world. Plus it'll make it easier to set up a future settlement there too. Also, this new settlement, I mentioned it earlier, was supposed to be containers only. So any resource that can be put in the container will have to be delivered here by a container. It means we have to also set up the sources for it. We do have food and alcohol in containers. They're currently being exported right now. Yeah, we'll have to see how we can organize that. Container unloading facility with different storages for food, alcohol, clothing, electronics, etc, etc. Since we're not producing electronics, we will have to put that into a container loading station and organize it. But we have to wait for the update that changes the container unloading station to make that settlement a reality. Probably start with a rail line that delivers the construction materials here. So we flatten this area out, this little bit of hill, get the resources delivered to the area, the construction materials, and then building will be much easier. A small bus route for firefighters from Resuscitus will also be possible. No evergreen trees, I don't think. Don't think they make sense in a park. I mean, they probably do, but not in this one. Well, we'll see how it looks. Probably a few too many trees. But they can build all of the park facilities first. And we will have to deliver alcohol to the pub and the other building. No workers here, just passengers. Passengers are fine, I guess. Let's hope that they can reach everything. We're gonna maybe get rid of these and run the footpath through here instead. It is in range of the waste storage. We'll set it up like that. Got another research point from population, 15 times 2,500. 27 total, 1 spare research. These houses are filling up so quickly. Running water is probably the thing to set up right now. First we'll get the sewage pipes in place, and then we'll set up running water. Should be the first basic water infrastructure that'll allow us to keep everything running without trucks. And maybe we can make them obsolete and phase them out completely. But not until we have this area set up with running water too, and that's not really planned right now. The sewage should be hooked up though. I wouldn't mind the sewage being connected. Another autosave. Sewage pipe has to go there. Okay. And then in the future maybe we have a sewage pipe go up to the oil power plant too. The amount of workers here is so large that I think that actually makes sense to set up right now. Yeah, sure. We'll stick to the road. Then I have to go around this, I guess. Underneath the sewage unloading station. Not sure we can get another sewage switch in here, because this is 32 meters, 33. I don't have anything else planned here. It'll just be connected directly, even though I might regret it later. But as long as we're not providing running water, then disconnecting the sewage pipe and putting in another switch should not be the end of the world. Last section of sewage pipe up here. After that we can also bring some pumped running water up here. As soon as we have electricity, and we do now. It also means the shopping center is working much more efficiently. Hellas hasn't been complaining about running out of mechanical components in a while, and we definitely have more than 40 tons. So we are bringing enough mechanical components again for the demand of the city, which is good. Even with the extra bit of travel distance going towards Kolata, mechanical component pickup. I don't know if we still have any of them in the warehouse or if they've been all used up. They've pretty much all been used up. So we do go here and pick up all the mechanical components that we are making out of recycled materials, recycled steel. But yeah, it is all being used. And another autosave. Well, it's probably time to call it to a close. A no distribution offices challenge. Pretty successful, if I would say. We had a few different issues with it, but they are all possible to be overcome. And it is quite enjoyable, although really fiddly. My tip for people who also want to use that as a challenge: make sure to name your routes in an organized way. Source, resource, destination is a good method that will serve you well. And it'll make it easier if you put the source at the start, because if you're looking for a route, it's usually where is the route, what is it about, and where is it going to. So if we take a look in our menu, we can look for Kurasna fuel, and where is it heading to? Some highway gas stations, an end station, etc. Segadoara, Hellas, they're all organized. And then you can also sort by lines if you want to get rid of the empty lines. Kolata coal heating doesn't exist anymore. Molna gravel construction. Molna gravel construction. Inside Kolata. Also, okay. This is an old route that delivered gravel to the area locally that is now has been replaced by a water purification plant. Misasabes Construction Materials Harbor was the truck route that brought construction materials there. And Segadoara Electronic Components for the rail construction office is still relevant if we want to expand our rail system with electrified tracks. But right now it wasn't running, and the truck was basically wearing out and causing no problems, but it had an icon sitting around for being too damaged, and I didn't like that. It was at 100%, it didn't go get repairs, because it was waiting until unloaded. And it never did. Got our pub. We do have a truck route that is hauling clothing, alcohol and electronics around. So I guess before you go to that pub, after the shopping center here, you'll drop off some alcohol in this one. We might move the alcohol into dedicated trucks if it makes sense, but right now I feel like this is okay. I'll get a second truck though. And as I said, sort by name, Misasabes, citizen goods for the shopping area. Done. Unemployment isn't really going up. It's we're setting up more facilities, there's always demand for more workers. We'll have to set up another university, which will take another 240 citizens to work. Unemployment just growing the city, not really a problem. Finding an area to put the university in, well, that's a different story. We should also institute the secret police to make sure that only the most loyal citizens do get an education. Secret police is still open. I guess that one could be next to the park area. And more auto-saving. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for that run. I will be back later today. We're going to try the idea with the mega city. I'm interested to see if that one will come to fruition or fail spectacularly very quickly. Mega indeed. But yeah, that's going to be it for me for today, for this run. We might revisit it soon, depending on how the other challenges go. The prisoner challenge, the prisoner focus challenge will definitely have to wait until we get our Siberia map DLC. I would like to put that challenge on the test, on that map, possible. And until then, we will let our no distribution office challenge be counted as successful, and it isn't a challenge anymore. It's just a run. It's just our no distribution office map. So the no distribution office challenge has been completed successfully. Even if we didn't get to 50,000 citizens, I don't think there's any issues with this at all. It is successful in that everything is stable. There are no real complaints. Yes, we run into issues sometimes for misplanning, but that does happen. That's normal. So yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream and this run. Definitely can recommend it if you like fiddling with things, if you are trying to get into minutiae of things. Restricting yourself to no distribution offices is very fun, but it is also challenging. In any case, I wish you a good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. Have a good middle of your weekend. Take care. Enjoy your day. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.